Hello, hello. How's everybody doing this evening? How's everybody doing this evening? Understandable, understandable. Well, we're gonna have a good time and we're gonna chill for the night. Well, I don't know about chill, but certainly we're gonna have a time this evening. We are looking to wrap up Alien Isolation. We've been on this game for a good while, and it has been, I gotta say, one of the best horror experiences I've ever had. Um, I'm looking forward to the finale of these events. But we'll wait a minute or two more for the people to finish trickling in, and then we're gonna head off. I watched recently. Uh, this happened. This was like Friday night before all the snow came in. I maybe could have mentioned this over the stream Sunday, but we were dis- reasonably distracted by the Stanley Parable. Um, we watched Iron Lung. Me and a friend did. Um, a very reasonably good movie. Um, I somewhat feel like I maybe need a second watch on it, just because um, I don't think I totally understood everything that was happening. Um, I feel like I only understood maybe a third or two thirds of what was going on there. Um, and uh, well, okay, I say that. I think I understood more than like a third or two thirds, but like there was a lot going on, and I would love a second rewatch, a rewatch in order to like firm that up in my brain, take me from kind of understanding to all the way understanding. Um, Mark does a really good job, but it has some maybe pacing problems. Um, and I think that is a matter of taste. And on a rewatch, I might go, no, I don't think that that was actually a problem with the movie, and maybe just a problem with my expectation of it. But in the meantime, I think it's about time we started on Alien Isolation. Um, that's not inaccurate. I would say yes for the first bit. There may be a second weekend for some places. I would take a look. I've heard of some places saying, yeah, this did well enough for us that we're willing to run it again. It was supposed to be only a one weekend event. So if you couldn't watch it this weekend, I would take a look, see if it's maybe available for next. All right. Oh yes, we've got to get ready for a spacewalk. What do you think the odds were in? How much danger do you think we'll be in on this spacewalk? I have some suspicion. Oh, I can't move? There we go. Oh. Yeah, we can only move the speed we're moving. We can't run or anything. Whoa, the way the sound moves around your head as the ice bits blast from the one direction is wild. Though it does cut off a little bit sharply when you turn right like this. Does it do the same this way? No, interesting. Is that an alien I just saw on that? No, I'm imagining things. I'm imagining things. There's no reasons for the aliens to be out here. That would be silly. Like, they can't survive in the vacuum of space either, I don't think. I suspect the boots of our shoes have been magnetized that we're even, like, gotta have a grip on the ground here.
Punching the coordinates at the terminal.
I respect the uncertainty. I don't agree with the uncertainty, but I think I'm very correct. scary enough on its own. We don't need anything else coming out here to make it worse. I can't access my guns, so... And I don't think I can crouch either. I can crouch, okay. That's something at least. Ah. That's unfortunate. Okay, I think I've done everything I'm supposed to do in here. Unless I need to do something at this array, which I don't think so. No, we're good. And now I need to input the torrent's coordinates. It's so slow out here that the instant anything happens, it's gonna be sheer panic. Because you can't do anything about anything out here. You just gotta kind of trust. Where am I trying to coordinate it to? Do I need to match the 10? I don't know what I'm looking for here, truly. Where am I moving it to? 35? Guess we're going to 35. 60, 55, 50. I'm not worried about it. Great, that's correct. It's kind of fascinating that tonight's like this happened, but I don't know. Well, I can hold on for 1 second. There. Alright. It's a real good thing that so many of these things have manual controls. Otherwise, the AI being in control would be an insurmountable problem rather than a
Torrance, this
merely
is Leslie on the station.
challenging
Are
problem.
you reading me, Verlaine?
Ripley, what the hell is going on over there?
Bad things, Torrance. There's an alien organism here. It's deadly. We need urgent extraction.
A what?
There's no time to explain. Please, Verlaine.
There's nowhere for us to dock, Ripley. The station's tearing free from its gravity mooring. I've seen a towing platform below the spaceflight terminal, but the Torrens umbilical isn't built for it. You'll need to extend the tow platform clamp station side.
Just get into position.
Alright, one last attempt to escape before we concede and take everything with us. Hopefully she escapes at least. Verlaine and the Torrens? Oh no, they probably do escape, and they probably bring the alien with it. That would be the worst answer. And therefore, obviously, the most likely. Hello! How are you doing? Doing alright. We're looking to finish Alien Isolation tonight. We took a look at what all we had left, at how much was left to do in this game, and we're kind of expecting this is going to be our last evening of this. We are in space. We are in space just outside the space station that the majority of this game has taken place in so far. Hence all the shards of ice. I couldn't do any of this in real life either. This would be rough. What was that sound? I hate that. Gotta wait for the door to shut, the next door to open. Okay, proper airlock procedure. I don't get height sickness that kind of way, but I do totally understand. The aliens turned out to have a nest at the bottom of the station. We were able to burn out the nest, but a bunch of them survived. So the short of it is, yes. There's now, in fact, multiple aliens.
Ricardo, do you copy? Ricardo, come in.
Wow. Ah! I don't feel warm or fuzzy.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and await instructions.
When this game I'm running. But if I'm fast, escape. But if I'm fast, I may get past. The horrors from which I'm running. And though there isn't time, I'll try yet to be kind. It'd be not unnecessarily cruel to those many sad warriors. Who, unlike me, the alien could easily find. Hate that, hate that, hate that. I shouldn't be getting life signs while traveling through the elevator. The beeping? I shouldn't be getting beeping ever while in the elevator. It's immoral. And wrong. And the alien's like right there. Or was. It's no longer right there. The beeping means that my motion detector is detecting motion near me.
Ricardo? Oh, God.
Oh yeah, he's super dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the beeping in the elevator means that I was detecting motion while in the elevator. And that's simply not a place I'm happy to be. I don't even know where I'm going. I think it was just going for going's sake. We actually need to find a path forward this way. Somewhat, yes. The alien in this game... Yeah, it's actually totally reasonable to suggest that he is kind of like the RE3 guy, or the Mr. X, and always hunting somewhat. How closely he's following you? Now that's a different question. I think the game sends him out to start a bit closer or farther from you at different times. Locked. That's bad. I think I'm good to move a little bit here. I have a little bit of wiggle room. No, yeah, I think a lot of it is just due to the alien's AI. Some of it is not. Some of it absolutely is. Occasionally something will be scripted. And the AI definitely will intentionally move it into a place to start something. So, like, say, some spaces, when I come into them, it will Hello. Some spaces, when I enter them, it will decide, okay, yes, here's a good time to activate the alien. Haha, let's see what happens. I really need the way out of here, and I thought that was this way, but I'm now not so sure. No, I think I was right the first time. I think it was this way. I just missed it. It's playing spooky music, but honestly, the music barely even affects how scared I am anymore. I'm almost purely listening for that. I had mere moments to do anything about that there. That was rough. I could have died so easily right then. Exactly. Music is for tone, and I understand that the tone is scare. Oh! Yeah, Alien is absolutely a one-hit kill. Alien is too deadly. You can attempt to beat it back, and in those cases, you may not die in one kill, in one hit, but generally, one kill is the way with the Alien. That was bad sounds.
Ricardo? Oh god. Ricardo. Oh no.
There, that's what I was waiting on. Okay, where are we going from here? Let's go up, we might as well.
It's here! You brought it right to us!
Alien's busy elsewhere. And we need to save where we can get it. Okay, this is the correct floor, and now we just need to get out there. Thence it is. True. But that's not why I'm saving there. I'm saving almost entirely because it is good habit to be in to save every opportunity you get. I'm gonna bet I've already done everything useful in here. Yeah. Under. See? You bowl it over with fire, make it run, and you can at least survive the moment. Oh, heck. No, that was how much I had to use. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. All right. Try two.
Shh, what was that? Forget it, we're good. How you holding up? You okay?
Hey, and to say the alien didn't decide to come in here yet. Good for them, I suppose. Not great for me, but that's fine. There's time. Oh, there it is.
No, please. Hello, me.
Everywhere.
No, I wouldn't go now.
We just go down and away. Thought for a moment she might be coming down the stairs, so that's why we took there. This is a good spot. I like this spot. I think we might not have looked at these, actually. Call log. Call log. Yup, it killed them. They're just confused by it. We're hiding, we're hiding, we're hiding, we're good. Just going off elsewhere. It's coming back. Okay, sure. It did kind of look right back at us. Right at us. Sure. Well, if you think about it. Can I get past you,
We
dude?
got an intruder!
I liked it in the moment. Well, suppose that guy's dealt with. I mean, it is ultimately in the video game. It would be pretty hard to sex regardless of what the actual sex of the alien was. See, guys, you gotta know how to bob and weave. We gotta move away from here. At least for a minute or two. Alright, I think that's plenty. We just had to have our attention not right there immediately again. Fudge. Yeah, there was no way. There was no way. I suppose the flares could be useful there. Maybe. Maybe. It's an idea. It is fair and true. I gotta buy myself time or save it for later, I think is the thing. Thank you for turning around, dude. I was wondering whether I'd have to call the alien on you. No, that's not good. Some folks are dying.
No! Oh, please, God, no! No.
There may be 2 aliens in this zone. Come on now. Move on. Move on.
No, please. Take me, please. No.
Fudge. I was kind of hoping he'd last longer. I suspect if he lasts longer, I get a little bit more time down here. There's also the chance that if I can dodge it well enough initially, maybe it doesn't. Nope. Time to go. What? No. Why didn't you let me out? That wasn't supposed to happen. Alright, I am going to take one moment here. I gotta go make sure I have everything I need. Alright, apologies for that delay. That took a little bit longer than I expected. Alright. Gotta wait for the alien to get out, stop being stuck in that corner. I think we can do good. Ah! It's being so quiet. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear that? We're not alone. I just saw someone over there.
I would not be the first thing you're worried about. Let's hope it can't hear the sound of vents opening. I really fear it can. Off line of sight. There may still be a live one or two in here. I didn't hear anybody, but I'm certainly not going to stop and check. It's like patrolling this area. Photo-corrupted door access, yes. Great. Corner, corner, corner. Oh, come on. Thank goodness for us. That was a bad spot to be in. That was a real bad spot to be in. Oh. Is that all to just open this small space where there isn't anything of particular note? Okay, let's see if there's anything we need to resupply on while we're here. Sure. Hello. What just got redeemed? Oh, thank you for following, Strudely Noodly. Good to have you here. I am also scared. We're at a kind of bad spot here, honestly. Let's go ahead and load this up as much as we can. Where do we even need to go to get out of here? Ugh. Okay, gotta keep going this way. Happens to be right there. Of course it does. Of course it happens to be right there. Why though? You have to? Do we have to be going to catch? I will. Hey bud. Better you than him. Oh, this seemed to knock the bot to the floor. So did opening that door unleash a bot onto this floor?
It's a visitor.
Dude.
Not alone. I just saw someone over there. Look alive. We got ourselves.
That's what you get for shooting at me here and now. You should know better. Ah. Good call, good call. We'll handle that in just a minute here. Ugh. Oh, that is what released the robot, is opening that door. Outright predator. You're not a predator, you're an alien. Stop it. The way I see it,
Not alone. I just saw someone over there.
the only reasonable way to stop the hazmat guy, the hazbot, is with Let's try going this way, actually. Just to do something different.
Hey! Over
Dude,
there!
you don't have time for
We
this.
got an intruder! Hey! Over there!
You were managing to live, dude. Why'd you have to ruin it by making a big fuss over me being in here? What you doing, alien? Fudge, there's a dude there. So the only reason to come down here at this point is I do want the ID badge. And it's gonna do this stupid thing again. Right? Yeah, that's right. I know you. I've learned your pattern, bud. We're gonna follow it, because in this instance, following it a little bit is safer than getting caught unawares elsewhere. Probably getting ready to come out over here. Over there, over there, over there, not over here. Great, we're gonna come down here. Fudge. Ah! I was on the wrong gun. At least we're dying in new and different ways, yeah?
Who was that?
Ironically, running is kind of okay here. Down this upstairs. Because if it brings the alien, it's just gonna bring it to this guy right here. Who's annoying for us anyway.
It's here!
I was about to say, please don't come after me when the alien's right there. Okay. We're gonna continue doing this rigmarole for one reason and one reason alone. Parts. There's a lot of valuable material down there. And the more of it we can have, the more of it we can make, the better off we'll be. And let's be real, we're not even losing all that much time on each individual death here. On the amount of times we die overall, sure. On each individual death, not really. Back down, back down. See, the greater AI, this thing, the AI of this alien has two brains. One is what I'll call a game sense brain. This brain tells it where it should be for the story, where it can expect to find me, and all of the valuable info it needs to remain in positions that are relevant. It's not going to hair off on a wild goose chase and disappear forever because of this brain. It knows, at least a little bit, where I am. And it knows to come to those places. The moment-to-moment brain is the alien AI itself, and that is set to hunt around the areas it's been told, and from that knowledge to try to come find me and get from the vague knowledge it receives from the greater Bane to try to come find me. This is why it always seems like it's entering the places I'm in. Because it knows where I'm supposed to be generally. And if it knows where I am generally, it's fairly good at finding where I am specifically. Dude? die to one more of those, even if I don't get properly shot again. Fine. So be it. Just enough time. Come on. It's right here. That's where it's supposed to be to make noise. Seem to have gotten it slightly stuck there. So we're going to take advantage of that for the few moments that it does buy us time. However long that works, honestly, I'll take it. You know how I said the bigger brain would only, the game brain would only take it so far? If it's gonna get stuck in there, I don't know how much the game brain can or even will help it. The director, yes.
Wonder what the kids are doing right. Look, I don't know you. Turn around now. You really in such a hurry to die?
No, no, you asked me to turn around. I'm willing to turn around.
I've seen you, and I'm on.
Oh, that was a bad idea. Sorry, friend. If you'd left well enough alone, this wouldn't have happened. alien. I need the alien to go stay in that corner, so we're gonna use a flare. Or if he goes back up into the vents, I'll take him being up and hanging out in the vents rather than being down here with me. I'll accept that. It's a valid answer. Just needed him not on the ground in between me and the place I need to try and go. This was not the place I needed to be, apparently. I thought it might have been. Hydrate? You got it. I got some drink right here. I was prepared for you lot and your insistence that I be healthy. Fudge. Oh, here's a torch spot. Thank goodness for a fast floor. Ooh, hate that sound. Hate that sound. Way too high pitched for my taste. $18.51. Yeah, whatever.
This is Sinclair. You guys took too long down there. I had to power down this facility and take the last transit. We can't afford to keep the sanctuary wide open. All it'll take is one creature to get in, and all the supplies and weapons we've taken will come to jack shit. Me and mine are gonna sit this out till the rescue comes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but when you started chasing after a ship that'll never come, you broke with the plan. Sinclair out.
Honestly, fair. $18.51. I need a terminal spot. Is that door over there a terminal door? Yeah, I think so. No, 1851. Well, that tells you all you need to know. Also, hold on. If it's not for my health, then what is hydrate for? Your amusement? Distracting me while I'm doing things that are semi-important? Low cost to low effort way to distract me? I get it. For once, having all the lights on feels bad. Ah! You did! Ugh. Heckin' bug. I got hugged. In a bad way. Nobody wants to get hugged in a bad way. There was so little time to react to the thing, too. Okay, let's do this. Bad place to be if you're trying to hide. Back off. Back off. Should have hit on the other one. Like on this left side thing here.
I got here when they were sealing the sanctuary. I don't know what I expected. Maybe they changed their mind and let me in? Maybe they shoot me dead. They shot me down myself. I can hear movement from the floor below me. I haven't got long. Sinclair and his people have Sevastopol's food supplies and much of its weaponry. But I heard the voices of children too. I'd wondered where the children had gone. Perhaps I can keep these monsters from them. I hope they do.
You're not allowed. Doc buddy? Way? Sure. Go. Oh, this is that one. Never mind. We've been in here before. Oh, I hate this. We've spent so much ammo for the flamethrower right here. We spent so much ammo there. I hate that, hate that, hate that. We spent like 200 ammo on that one anyway. We need to be real conservative moving forward.
Torrance to Ripley. Ripley, we're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical dock sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we've matched the decaying orbit of the station and are in position. We're just waiting on you to extend the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
like having to do this a second time in a row. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. We take this as fine. We take this as fine. Because this forces us back far enough that hopefully we can avoid having to spend quite so much ammo on aliens in this push.
I got here when they were sealing the sanctuary. I don't know what I expected. Maybe they changed their mind and let me in? Maybe they'd shoot me dead. They shut the door in my face. I can hear movements from the floor below me. I haven't got long. Sinclair and his people have Sevastopol's food supplies and much of its weaponry. But I heard the voices of children too. I'd wondered where the children had gone. Perhaps I can keep these monsters from them.
Oh,
I hope they do.
sure, let's head back in here and save. I don't want to be in that main section to save. Frankly. I don't trust it. But yeah, hopefully this entry allows us to not spend nearly 200 ammo on fighting aliens right here. That would be nice, wouldn't it? In the meantime, we're gonna retreat back here and just kind of chill out. There's nobody there. Why did the door open? What? I don't love that sound out of this, but we'll deal.
Ripley, we're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical dock sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we've matched the decaying orbit of the station and are in position. We're just waiting on you to extend the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
We seem to be good for the moment. Smallest amount of exploring while we have the opportunity.
more work to do setting up my equipment and initializing systems, but otherwise, we're ready to go.
Because this is better. This is way better. I'll just leave it there. Bolt gun ammo. Love bolt gun ammo. Is this a dead end? It's a dead end.
Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for synthetic emergency.
Really don't want to do this, so you're not going to deployed, dude. He's just standing there menacingly.
Evacuate station. This is not a drill.
Good to know. Don't get caught on fire. It can happen. You will regret it.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency
Last stand.
convener.
We rounded up everyone we could. Usual place, 1984. I'm back with supplies but locked out. Blah, da, da. 1984. Got it. That's all that matters, really. In a twisted sort of way. in that same twisted sort of way, it's actually pretty amusing that Ultimate Veterica listed here is 1984.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
Your synthetic emergency warden. Now that would almost be pleasant if it weren't for how awful these things have been. No ability to save right now. I need to get back to the save point if I'm gonna do that. Which is what we're currently working on.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Okay. Where do we go from here? How am I supposed to get where I'm trying to go?
Evacuate station. This is not the drill.
Let's go back through the alien again, see if we can figure anything out this way. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea where I might... Oh, am I supposed to use it on that? Maybe, maybe. Could be, could be.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do
One way
so
to
by
find
the
out.
emergency convener.
Keycard. Don't know where the keycard goes, but I have a keycard now. Here, apparently. Oh, good.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
Let's take a moment here.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Gotta stay stocked up. You never know when I'm gonna be in a fight again. So we keep crafting. Careful. What does this one need? Land torch rewire? Gotcha.
Evacuate station.
That was dumb
This is
and
not the
wasteful.
drill. After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
We're gonna pass through the darkness, and I'm sorry. I know it's very dark. Ah! I got stuck in the menu. I got stuck in the menu. Rough. I got stuck in the menu. Yeah. Not currently engaged, so we can move a little faster.
Evacuate station. This is not the drill.
We're encountering the bolt gun bug again. No, I don't think the pipe bomb would really stop the alien. It doesn't really operate on that kind of axis.
After evacuation,
Okay, can you please not just stand there walking back and forth in front of my objective, dude? Okay, not much better. Oh, my dear alien, can you please go away?
emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
Thank goodness, dude. It's gonna be a real drag. It's always sensors that I don't need. Guess I just run into them super often.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
alien's gonna be back here somewhere. Okay, I know this is a dead end. We're gonna go down it anyway because it's got loot. And we value loot. Not as good loot as last time, but that's fine. It ain't gonna be perfect. You better not interrupt me like that. There, he was good. He didn't interrupt me.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
I am also just concerned about waking up, about the alien catching on to me in one of those zones, or else I would. We'll give it a whirl. Okay, on, off again. Useless. I don't need a bonding agent again, that's a good sign.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
We're just locked, okay. Hate that there's not a whole lot we could have done if he decided to descend on me from above there. It's part of why I dislike getting in those vents in general. Blessed flamethrower ammo.
Evacuate station. This is not the kill.
Generators on, what's next? Ah, I blasted it! Did you not see me blast it? Sure.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Apparently not. Apparently not. I can do better. I will do better. I have more flamethrower fuel. I have way more flamethrower fuel. Yo! Honestly, that should have been the first indication I was about to need it.
If you're listening to this, and you're on the team, we've sealed the habitation sanctuary. There's one way in, one way out. I've still got raiding parties heading out to loot supplies and weapons, but it looks like we shut it off just in time. The Sikhs and synthetics have started moving away from their stations. I've seen a trail of strangled bodies in public areas. So, be aware. Oh, and if you're listening to this and you're not on the team, don't come find us. We will shoot.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
I don't think it really knows where I am. All that was a great big warning sign of, hey, you're back in an active stealth zone. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know. We were already in an active stealth zone. So really, if you think about it, nothing's changed. Yeah, I deserved that. I was a little sassy there. I was a little bit too sassy there.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
I hate how many save stations it's giving me. That's telling me it's expecting me to die a lot. Dude. Yeah, I'm starting to get too bold. Situations where I would have just died and accepted a reset before taking his fight effectively. And it's starting to get punishing on my ammo stock. Yep, see, like that. Okay. I'll be right back. Apologies once again. I just have some stuff going on more than I would like this evening. But, time to press on. Let's try to play it even mildly safer this time. Okay, like, yeah, see, that didn't have to be a fight. I took that as a fight, but I really didn't have to. Fudge. Fudge. He's right in there. I don't trust him to not come stomping out at any moment is the thing.
Not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
gotta remember, take it slow, take it careful, take it safe.
Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait.
It's entirely possible.
Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
See, that was unavoidable. It dropped down on me in such a way that I didn't even have a chance to not have a fight instead of a hide. So it's a good thing we were prepared for that. Good thing we hid. It has no actual idea we're here. I don't know how well you can see it in the darkness there, but it's standing right in front of us. Now it's going away again. It's doing that thing where it immediately comes back and it's very rude. Thank goodness. I was kind of amazed we didn't get spotted there, but I'm super happy for it as well. I'd like to save in here if possible. It's not going to be possible standing in the room. Ah. That's fine. That's fine. We got the save. Hopefully we're not immediately spotted and dead when we... Good. That's all we needed. Was the opportunity to not be instantly dead when we got back in. We better take the quieter way out. I know it can also come in here, but it's a little less exposed. I don't have to go forward to get... Whew.
Orbital stabilizers area. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Did he really just stand there until we came back? so rude of him. Yeah, that's not surprising. Oh, but we did get the save. We did get the save. That's all that matters. We need to get in there properly. We're having to spend a ton of time just kind of like chilling in the open. That's real bad for our long term.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Gotta watch for the tail. Can't follow him quite so closely. Okay, that's our moment. Where are we even going from here? That way? How do I get that way? I guess we'll find out. First save. Oh, he's down here right now. We're good, we're good, we're good. Nope, we're dead. Ugh. Okay. One more time, we gotta start the generator.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
We gotta get up to this loot point. If we can be up at this loot point, we can have the game. Listening very carefully for any drop-down sounds. No drop-down sounds. Good. Out of the vent.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
stress us a little bit more than usual. We're gonna try and make some forward progress. Ah. Mistake. Never trust. Ugh.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic
Okay.
emergency order.
We don't have to do all of it at once. We can stop in between tugs, I think. If it drops down. Great. Button press. Good. Where are you dropping down, bud? Risk of that. No. Really? Ugh. I can't even save now? God. I knew there was a reason I hit this guy. Are you getting ready to turn around, or are you going to do some more foot searching in here? Make up your mind. Come on now. If you're not, I'm gonna make progress. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? I fully expect him to come back after us. We're gonna take this locker. No, we're good. I don't think that's a good read on where I am right now. So we need to figure out a good read on where we need to go. Can we possibly get this way? Because where we're going is something we're lacking a lot of information on right now. Have I actually gone into that living area space yet? Is that where I'm supposed to go next? There's a non-zero chance that he could just spawn in that hallway and I would be done. Okay, he's in the hall. Okay. We're gonna come in here. Okay. Good work, Danny.
place
platform
up.
below your spaceflight terminal.
Just break
We
the
can
hell.
take survivors.
Time to go. Time to go. This is the last act. Last dance. Last act, last dance, last chance, baby. We're gonna do it.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
We're gonna make it out of here. I am determined. We're gonna make it out. And if we don't make it out, we can at least blow up all these stupid aliens. Door locked. Come on now. Well, all the way back at the beginning, we knew from the beginning we would need an ion torch. And apparently, now all the way back at the end of the game, we're back at the beginning using our ion torch. That feels kind of good. I like that gameplay with its game sense, what play-wise. Like, you're looping all the way back to the beginning for the last. Yeah, we gotta save though. When things go wrong, you have to.
Can you hear me? Ripley, I'm awaiting your signal. Do you read? Do you read?
Verlaine, can you hear me? Are you close enough for radio contact? I'm here.
Ripley, thank God, I hear you. I need you to extend the dog cradle clamps quickly. There are two. Should be close by.
This is probably one. What? Fudge. Some bad news here. This is gonna be one of them. Error, stability alert, yes. Locked. Great. Great. Let's see if we can get. That's not alien noises, that's ship falling apart noises. A-okay with that. Aha. Right. I'd been expecting that to happen all game. That it happened now is just unfortunate. Okay. Right now I'm getting a lot of ambient audio that could resemble the Okay, it's still locked. Sees the under. Not trying to get caught out here. Sure, I'll save. I'm not stupid enough to deny save. Okay. Our target should be the computer bank right back here. Right? One of these. Restore power. Okay, the power supply goes down. So we gotta get down to get this power supply. Vent. Come on. Into the vents. We ain't got time for this. Well, we do. But we want to be efficient. Rebooting systems. Great. Oof. We should build remake that while we have a chance. Great. Hate those, hate those, hate those. I know they're not the ones I'm worst at, probably, but they never, ever, ever feel good. Now we use the terminal down here. Right? Right? That's how this works, yeah? Right.
Relay, the docking clamps are engaging.
Upper control room? Okay, we're lower. None of these are alien sounds. This is not alien sounds. This is just game sounds. I can hear the difference.
Relay, there is no personnel umbilical. It's long gone. Wait, I think I can use the maintenance rig instead. If I can find an EVA suit, I can still get to you.
No longer degenerative. Decommission log. Send maintenance rig.
That's it.
Okay, time to get out of here. At what point do we risk running, do you think, gang? Well, that answers that question. Never. Oh, fudge. How far back did it set us? Okay, not too far back. We're good, we're good. All we've got is like 3 things to do. Right? Right? Right, team? Come on now. gonna be fine. I'm not sure how we'll deal with that alien, but we'll be fine. Up. Access tuner. Great.
That's it, Ripley. Now use the terminal to extend the docking clamp.
This is actually the fastest way to get there. Da da da.
Verlaine, the
Docking
docking
clamp.
clamps are engaging.
Okay, now find the upper control
Upper
room.
control room. Let's play it safe here too. Better do this smart rather than fast, because if we do it fast, we might die. I'm not entirely sure what caused the alien to spawn up there when it did. I suspect it was just design. But it's definitely around, as we just heard. And it'll get us if we're not careful. Didn't realize there was a save station up here. I should have taken that the first time.
Verlaine, there is no personnel umbilical. It's long gone.
What?
Wait, I think I can use the maintenance rig instead. If I can find an EVA suit, I can still get to you.
Be careful, Ripley.
That's it.
Can we save again? No. This is the end. Still going down, which means we can still go down. As long as it doesn't decide to turn around. Okay. There should at least be one coming to check on that, right? No? Okay. Just gotta dodge multiple aliens. go. Just gonna go quietly. Gotta save, gotta save, gotta save, gotta save, gotta save. Even if it kills us. Hopefully it won't. I used the flare. It did buy us a bunch of time. That's so rude. That's so rude. How dare. How dare. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, you gotta do that quickly, friend. No, 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 you can't stand just lie down here. That's not safe. Quit. In here, we are not trusting a closed sack for a second. You know what occurs to me? No, I can't use my gun here. Ah! It wasn't letting me use my gun. Okay. That was so close. just how we gotta go through this section. Realistically. Just stay perfectly still. Dude. Could this station fall apart on you specifically anymore? Like, so much of this seems to just be waiting for you to come through to collapse. We gotta keep our medkits up. I know we haven't been at risk of even being low in ages, but I don't care. I don't care. Keeping our medkits up. Having medkits means we have a chance.
Jesus! Just let me make it through here.
For real, like, come on now, game. Coral? Sebastopol? Caught a break for 2 seconds. That was not a break, nor for 2 seconds. Okay, I accept this.
Jesus! Just let me make it through here. Too close. Too close.
Hold here for a moment. I realized after a moment of waiting that I was going to have to try to climb the elevator and then it was gonna do that to me. We've made it out of immediate death and into potential death. We're gonna find out what's up here. Just to make sure we're going the right way. Good, we're going the right way. Great. Ailing, you better not. I supposed to do here? There. It kept just dumping me back on... Yeah, only one death. We're doing good. We're learning how the game works, finally. I should hope we know how the game works after this long. We ain't got no mercy for no space.
Verlaine! Verlaine, are you there? Please tell me!
I thought I lost you. We're being dragged down to Sebastopol. The gravitational pull has twisted the ring and we can't get free from the station.
What do you need me to do?
Get out the airlock and EVA over to the maintenance platform. There are explosive bolts on the emergency release. Hurry! Sebastopol is going fast.
Won't let you down!
Gotta get out of here, gotta get out of here, gotta get out of here. We're gonna get let to do it this time, aren't we? Nothing above us. Great. I don't know why we're stuck at this angle. I don't know how we did this, but we're stuck with this now for what remains of the game. It's saving us here, which is good. Come on now, come on now. We can do it, team. We can do it. We're gonna make it to the end. This just feels like an ending one way or another. Even if it's not a good ending, I really think we are about to reach the ending. I've been forced to look back this way. If this isn't the end, I will be a little surprised. It feels very much like an end. Partially just because that section right there, last section right there, just felt like the belly of the beast. Which naturally means that what we are facing now is the finale, the climax, the finale. The last moments of relative calm before everything ends one way or another. Where am I going with these? Where am I going with these? Do I need to use them here? Yes. Come on now. We can do this. this, Ripley. We can do this. Even if we can't escape, we can get her off.
Ripley! Ripley, are you still there?
Come on now. Yeah, the house deliberately slowed this section. Tells me as much as anything else that this is like the last calm before the last big energetic experience. Like we just went through flying train car hell. We're attached. We're attached. We should still be attached. Yes. True. They were out in space. Alive. Fortunately, they're still affected by gravity, and so presumably will die of that. Hopefully. One can pray.
Verlaine, I'm on my way up to the bridge.
Can I take off the spacesuit? No chance, right? No. Gotta put things away, gotta keep things neat, I guess. Can I take this Eva suit off? No?
Verlaine?
They're very tall. Mm-hmm. Told you that'd be it. Well, I can't say I didn't expect it. Um, the ending being... I didn't expect the ending to literally be us floating off into space. I'll say that much.
This is Ripley.
Oh. This is Ripley.
Nostromo.
The Nostromo. It's saying things all of a sudden. You should know better than to try to make me doubt myself.
Destroyed.
Destroyed. Of course it was. Yeah, this is a very good game. I wasn't expecting the ending to play out quite like that, I will say. I sort of expected the ending would involve either us making it away clean on the Verlaine, which was probably I knew was probably too good an ending, or I was expecting something to go disastrously bad on the Verlaine and us to like have to blow up the Verlaine or some such. It was very interesting though. Very, very good game. It felt having now played through it, and I believe we played on the hardest difficulty. Now, I got an achievement for having played on the hardest difficulty.
With a little luck.
Yeah, I think that save was... Oh, no. No, thank you. Game was great. Played for the most part beautifully. Loved almost every minute of it except for those times I hated. But those times I hated more as a function of just like, wow, this is hard. I wish I could figure out how to manage this more easily. Though I think parts of the game probably would have been easier if I had been more willing to use my flares and some of my other tools. A lot of the time, they just didn't feel impactful enough. Which is not to say... which is not to say they didn't have use, but maybe that I didn't... it might be to say that I didn't understand their use well enough. But it's difficult to say. It's very difficult to say. You could say that the parts I hated were the parts I had a skill issue. I suppose that is true. I would prefer to say that I was playing on the hardest difficulty, and as such had had some difficulty, some complications with the on the in some of the more difficult parts. Anyway, oh, interestingly, while I did die to the alien plenty of times, it looks like I didn't uh I didn't die to it 100 times at minimum because I didn't get the achievement for having died to the alien 100 times. But yeah, very good game. I would recommend it to anybody who's into horror games. Yeah, apparently. There's also an achievement for playing through the whole game without dying to the alien once. I think I could maybe do that, but only on a much lower difficulty. Um, that would have to be that would be a challenge in and of itself. Somebody could. I don't think I could. I, so here's the thing. A lot of the places where I was so I'm thinking about it, right? And yes, of course, absolutely, there's a certain amount of that game that of those deaths that I probably could have avoided if I had used my tools more effective. Excuse me. If I had used my tools more effectively. There's some amount I just couldn't though. And while um, I fully expect that on probably I would go so far as to say any easier difficulty. I will I will take I will accept that I probably could do better. Could do that. I don't know if I could do it on Nightmare. Nightmare's very hard. Um the amount of times I died to just happening to open a door that the alien happened to be standing behind uh, was a little wild. So, do I think I could? Maybe. Do I think I would be able to? Realistically, no. I think on any easier difficulty, you're going to have fewer of those random deaths, and that by itself makes it much more manageable. Oh, hey, Tomb. I'll take Tomb. We're not going to go down into Tomb yet, because we don't need to. But, I was speaking with Maury some off stream. And yes, if you hadn't realized by now, we are going to use our extra time and we're going to get a blueprints run or two in. I was advised that I should check something out up at the orchard for some progress. And I don't totally know what that means, but I was told there's a situation where there is a one of these things is not like the other. And if I could figure out what to do with that, then I could make some progress right there. Okay, it doesn't seem to be the apple trees. That doesn't seem to be the thing. Oh. Oh no, we want to leave that on. Come on now. I didn't realize it would let me turn that. Wait, if I turn that off, will it turn the pipes back here, on here, back on? Black smoke, black smoke, black smoke. I was advised that there were a bunch of things that were similar up here, and if I could figure out which one was different, then I would have a hint. That one had like half a heart in it. That's fun. Miss Mori, are you here with us? Hi. You said there was something in here for me. No, these pots are in various states of disrepair. Can't be the pots. And now Sniper has also confirmed that there's something in here for me. You said it's something different among the same things? And I'm feeling like the obvious thing for that to be would be one of these apple trees to be different. But the only differences I can really firmly identify so far is that these two at this end seem to be the shortest. But then there's two that are the shortest in that case, and that at that point is not really a distinguishing feature of any kind. I turned the smoke back on these smokestacks, but I don't know if that's relevant either. The water fountain isn't working. But it's not like I can move, it's not like I can slide that like it's a... What? What? No, I turned the smokestacks back on. What? Why would I elect a new pope? What? If this is a hint, it's one I'm baffled by. I'll have you know. Oh, okay, so I can't actually solve this right now. Got it. Rough. Can't believe you would trick me in this way. Oh, yeah, okay, I understand now. Okay. Den is a great place to start. We love seeing the den. This also has a puzzle of some kind that I've yet to solve, but at this point, I just assume y'all will tell me when we pass through it if I can solve it. I feel like you've said, like we've passed through there a couple times and y'all have said, no, no, you can't solve it yet. So I'm just gonna wait until y'all tell me. Otherwise, I'd be all over this, because, like, yeah. Pump room would always be good, Sniper. A pump room would always be good. But we stopped necessarily feeling the need for it. I guess it might be worth trying for it once more. Security, sure. It's not great here, but it's fine. Alright. We wait on the reading nook until we can have already seen the library as much as possible. Got it, team? Ugh, none of these are great. Jim lets us keep going at least. We're not gonna go in there yet. We don't have to, so we won't. We've got plenty of other ways to go. Library, sure. Curse of Black Ridge. The legend of Black Ridge is one that was well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of the tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of this legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Uh-oh. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it inappropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high-road robbery. One such member of the so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost two brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Ridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Sure. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying being chastised for tarrying upon his return. What? It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost due to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage was approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the source's sound revealed itself. Within 15 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without having ever witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. But the little concealment the bush provided soon proved unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steeds slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming around the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bambling mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the Unholy Hands picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a price such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself." Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed to admit I had never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse on your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then, and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face and now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you're showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the final question, but ignored it, securing the final bindings and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the Old World and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. You perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box. With emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then? He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Without one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted rock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. The Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling Agentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse on your person? One pace. The man did not seem intimidated. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Oh, well, we look forward to having you, T-Man. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past. But now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could maybe live another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, besides a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jester found his legs unable to take that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of gold trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task was too great to chance. So after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, although they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function off-secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from a haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of a few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was strictly forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following her finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hands. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, The task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern house bandit it was a constant source of annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. By the way, we're going to have to go back through this book and record all the italicized expressions. Ravia took her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hound used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their monk-to-monkey branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hands, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses. Faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like a typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clatterings of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the deal dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hands came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him, a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns honed by a grim past and by 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. Sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Excuse me. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the cavern. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to replay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick of the Black Guard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Huh. And that's the end of the story. Okay. It's an interesting story, but I don't totally get how this is the story that I desperately needed to resolve to solve what my next steps are. I suppose we'll have to see what the italicized says. Uh, carriage. Carriage is approaching. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, Sniper. I'm not totally sure what is happening here or why it matters to us. There's a lockbox in the carriage. The indignity. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss anything further back. My indignity. Deadly. It doesn't look like there's writing that could be deciphered here. There is a hand here, but I don't know what that means. And the rest of these symbols are indecipherable, effectively. Ajantor. Might. Like a hero in a book. Anything they do. Below. Below. Go! Shouldn't it be day? Okay, I feel like I did not get half as much meaning as I was maybe supposed to from all that. Anywhere that I should be... Anything that I should be looking to be, like, noting out of here before I move on? If not, I'm gonna. Okay, moving on. I seem to have picked up some extra steps along the way. I'm not sure where. Yeah, I can't say I really understand what's going on with that. Like, at all, really. Well, of course it was a book. But, like, what did it mean? Okay, 20 minus 2 squared is 4. 2 squared is 4. Plus 1 squared is 25. Minus 20 is 5. 20 minus 23 is negative 3. Divided by 3 is 1. Negative 1? Squared 1 times 4. 4. Yo! Yeah, plus 2 gems is real good. And a rabbit's foot? Yo. Well, I hope at least one of you guys has an idea what was going on with that, because I was left not really feeling like I understood better than when I came in. I haven't even seen an effigy that might be relevant. Do I need the shrine? Is the shrine, now cursed? You mentioned it earlier, is why I'd asked. I think adding just add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool is good. Let's do it. Because they're all going to be the electric eel aquarium, because that's my aquarium. Sure, sledgehammer. Have keys. Yeah, let's keep it going, keep it going. Banana. Wine cellar. We see this infrequently enough. You would look around here? Okay. Is there something I'm missing besides the 1213 as date? Because I have the date 1213, I just don't have anything to use it on. I suppose that would be a date for some gate, but what gate? I haven't the foggiest. Maury! You're our game expert. Have you any knowledge? Have you any knowledge of what I'm supposed to be doing in here? Sniper seems to think that I should be taking a look around in here. No, I understand the seal. It's 1213. Yeah, I know it's a coat of arms. But it doesn't actually, like, sure, I'll take a screenshot of it, but, like, I don't... Is that all? Is that really it? Is that really all that there is for me here? It seems like there's supposed to be something more. Okay. Moving along then. Aquarium. Ooh, a compass and a gem. That's good. We like seeing north-facing rooms, I guess. Doesn't seem super specifically relevant, but, you know. What's nice is nice. I feel deeply disappointed by the wine cellar. Black box is true, gems are in the true box, blue box is true. Neither of these can be true because they're self-control. Well, neither of these are true, this is the only true statement, and they're in this box. Or these are both true, this is false, and the gems are in the false box. So, it doesn't actually matter, they're just in this box. No, both can be true. If the black box is true, then the blue box are true. They just self-reflect one another, which means either both are true or both are false. And either way, if both are false, then this one was true, and then thus the gems are in it. And if that one was false, the gems are in the false box, and thus they're in it. Nothing to do with whether they're true or not, just like mutual exclusivity. Coins. You know what this would be a great time for? Throne room, treasure trove. Any of the important rooms that we've been trying to find, that we've had no luck finding. Sure, I'll take an office. It's a king room. That gives me a king room to work with. Sure, I'm apparently supposed to be grabbing the whatchamacallit again, so why not on the pool? Give me a redraw. Treasure trove! Well, it's not the 8th row, but it is certainly high row. But I am also out of keys, so I can't actually use the room this moment. I'm gonna step all the way back to this other aquarium back here, and we're gonna see what we can make happen out of that. Now that we would have power to the pump room, it seems like the best time to try to pull it. Okay, that's not anything. Will this be anything? Sure. Another aquarium. Why ever not? Who needs to get into the Foundation? We can just chain aquariums together. There's a key at least. We can open the treasure trove. Nope, no power things for us. I guess if we see... No, I'm not wasting my key on that. To the point of, I might as well go ahead and go up here and use the treasure trove, the key up on the treasure trove up here. Because I'm not using it anywhere else. The true treasure of the trove is not in this room. Okay, I'm just gonna discard that and move on with my life. What do you mean, why in the world not? Guess I'll write it down at least. What do you mean? Because theoretically, the chest was going to be something like towards solving. Like it was theoretically going to be like something that helped make me make progress towards completion of the game rather than just wandering about the house. We've done plenty of wandering about the house. I would like to complete the game. But it looks like I'm out of keys and thus out of ability to progress. So I guess, well, I could try and go back to the commissary, but that would take long enough that I think I would run out of steps before I had the chance to do anything with it. I do have enough steps to get back to the kitchen though, which means that it doesn't matter. We have as many steps as we could possibly need. No, I don't, because these gymnasiums don't actually connect. Okay, cool. Oh hey, the garage keys. I haven't needed those in ages. Wonder what happens if I end the day in the aquarium. Alright, and we're gonna call that a stream. So, why didn't you go for calling out the green and shop rooms rather than the red rooms that I had more of? Yeah, y'all had been telling me for ages, oh yeah, try and get the treasure trove on a later row. That way you can actually, like, get the thing instead of the random hints. And so I did that. I was like, oh, okay, if I get it on this later row, then surely it'll have something for me. No? And so the thinking of using the key on the trove rather than somewhere else was, oh, I would rather get this relatively guaranteed progression than gamble on whether I'll still have a key to get it later. If it has to be specifically on row 8, then, well, I guess that's going to be another day's adventure. Specifically, Wednesday's adventure. In the meantime, Miss Mori and I have been working on plans to do. If you're at all familiar with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Progression series, Mori and I have been working on plans to do a Magic the Gathering progression series. What that means is we're going to be starting back at Magic's earliest set, ABU, and slowly building up a collection and playing with decks as they develop throughout time and the history of sets. We are going to do our launch for this series. We're going to do next Monday. So that's going to be all of next Monday's stream. We're going to do a full opening deck build, play games, and then maybe even depending on how much time we have, open up the next set just to see what we're looking at. And then after that, that stream is going to be moving to bi-weekly on Wednesday nights. So that's going to be, so we won't be doing it the Wednesday night after that Monday, but the next Wednesday night we will, and so on and so forth. That's going to be our regular, and that's going to be one of our regular take up one of our regular every other Wednesday stream. In the meantime, please join us back here Wednesday for more blueprints, and we'd love to have you this coming Sunday at 8 for hopefully Chance of Senar. I've enjoyed that game quite a bit. We'll be playing with our friends, with my friend Bob's, and we're gonna. If we don't finish that game, we'll put that game on Sunday. It'll probably be the Sunday after that. And of course, I will keep you informed should plans have to change at any point in the meantime. Best place to find those updates, and really the only place that I'm actually consistent about posting them, is to the Discord. So we would love to have you there on that Discord. The link is pinned in the chat, or you can find it in my channel description. Uh, Other than that, I will look forward to seeing all of you next time. I hope you have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. Good night.